That video is old, and in this video is a kind of is a better version of that video, because there are some things I mentioned in that other video that I'm going to mention here, and there are some things I did not mention in that other video. So let's go straight and let us look at things that you can do that can help you as a beginner when you are using the LUTALOR pattern making system. There are really very, very tiny details that you need to look at that will make you trace out the patterns of the LUTALOR pattern making system using just your 2 measurements. Now let's go straight to the board, and I'm going to illustrate what I am talking about. Now this is the LUTALOR package. Comes with a catalog and 2 acrylic rulers. Mine is old. I've been using it for years and it works perfectly for me. So this is the acrylic rulers. And behind the container of the rulers, they actually illustrate and show you how you can use each of those rulers when you're tracing your patterns. They show you where to use which of those rulers. As you can see on the packet of the acrylic ruler. This is the catalog, and this catalog comes with about 280 fashion styles. 280 fashion styles. Each style has its own pattern behind it for you to trace it out. And of course, it comes with a special tape, special LUTALOR tape. It's a cellophane or a plaster that you use when you're doing your tracing, and of course a marker. This is a very special LUTALOR tape, which if you look at most of my videos, you see how it is being used. But apart from that, the catalog also illustrates really how you can use it. It shows you the first page, how you can use the special tape, the special LUTALOR tape to trace the patterns. What I am particular about really is this page. This is called the symbols page. Let me bring it out. This page is very important when you are tracing any pattern in the LUTALOR. This page is so important. You can see some alphabets here. You can see some double alphabets here. You can see some symbols right here. Every single thing means something. And you need it whenever you're tracing any of the patterns. It is good you always lay this symbol page beside you, which I will illustrate in as I'm going to trace one of the patterns and we are going to sew it. It is always good you put this beside you. It's important. So, and apart from that, if you look at the catalog, apart from this, if you look at the catalog, it also tells you how to sew. How to sew your seam to your cloth, how to sew your sleeves to your cloth, how to make a 2-piece sleeve, and how to sew it to the head of your sleeve, and things like that. A lot of details here, especially if you're a beginner in sewing. It is so important. If you look at it, there's a lot of details that they tell you how to do. They tell you how you can place your patterns after you've traced them, and then that means you can manage your materials very well. They show you how to place your patterns. So that is part of the LUTALOR catalog. So as I was saying, let's say you want to trace this pattern. You want to sew this set of dress now. If you look below here, if you look below right here, you'll see something like UU. Then you see 130 by 150 cm. This 130 by 150 cm is simply the quantity of material you're going to use. It's going to be a material that is 130 by 150 centimeters volume of material you're going to use for this particular UU. Now, what is UU? That brings us to this symbol. You go to this symbol, you search for UU, and UU is right here. You can see it. UU is here, and that means jacket. See how important it is, especially if you're a beginner. The UU stands for jacket. So once you see UU down there, it means that you need 130 to 150 centimeter material to be able to sew this jacket. That's what it means. So that is why I said you really, really need the symbols page, because this really explains a lot for you. And if you look down once again, you find out that there's a symbol here, Z, and you need 135 by 150 centimeter of material. Z, if you look at the symbols page, Z right here stands for trousers. So you now know that the Z is for the trouser, and you now know the volume of material to use for this particular trouser. Then number 2 is pattern for this second pattern. It also tells you what you're going to use, and also tells you what you're going to use for the trouser. So you can see that these details are very, very important. They are very important, these details. And you need to look at it first before you say you want to trace anything on the Lutalo pattern, because it will help you to know exactly how to start it. Now that you want to trace this particular one, return to the back. These are all the patterns you need to trace the pattern 1 and pattern 2. These are everything that you need. This is what you need. Now, if you look at it, as a beginner, it will look a little complicated, and you wonder, what is all this? That is where the special tape comes in. If you look at this particular pattern, let's look at this pattern. You see a lot of alphabets written there. D, S, T, A, AC, VM. A lot of alphabets, if you look at it. You look at it, UU, 1 plus 2. You know what the UU stands for. You've looked at it, it stands for the top. Let me look at it. UU stands for jacket. Stands for a jacket. And that means that this page is showing you jacket for pattern 1 and pattern 2. So that's what this means now. Jacket for pattern 1 and pattern 2. So everything that has to do with the jackets for pattern 1 and 2, you see it in this section of the Lutalo. So coming close. Once you've done all your tracing, if you don't know how to trace, don't worry, I have a link below where I'm going to trace a simple blouse, and you're going to really appreciate what I'm talking about. For every pattern, you see an X. If you look at it, for every pattern, there's an X. That is where you're going to be putting the pin on the tape. You might not understand what I mean now, but I need you to maybe understand what I'm talking about now. And then when I'm doing the pattern proper and tracing it, you understand what I'm talking about. This X is very important when you're tracing your pattern. Every pattern has an X place where you're going to place your pin to trace your pattern. Now, after tracing your pattern, it is very important that you transfer all these alphabets you see, because it's very important. It will help you when you're joining your side seams to your main seam, or you're joining your sleeves to your seam, or you're joining your collar or whatever. Everything is very important, because this will help you. And whatever you see here means something in the symbols page. For instance, if you look at AC, let's look at AC here. What does AC stands for? A stands for front. You can see the A stands for front, and C stands for side. So if you have A, C, simply means front, side. As you can see, front, side. So when you have AC here, it simply means this is the side of the front piece of the pattern. That's what it means. And here also stands for the front of the pattern. So everything means something. ST here, as you can see, if we go and look for ST, right here. ST right here stands for facing. You can see it, ST, facings. So you now understand why you must have this symbols page beside you whenever you're tracing any of this. The symbols page must be beside you because it's important. It will help you to label your patterns so that you do not make any mistake when you are joining your patterns together. So finally, apart from the alphabets that is on this symbols page, you can also see some lines. You can find some lines on this page. If you look at it, and each of these lines means something. If you see such lines on the pattern, you have an idea of what it means. Straight line means a straight grain. Folded line means that you cut on a fold. And then you have the cutting line, you have the gathers, you have the top stitch, you have the elastic, facing, and zipper. So if you look at a particular pattern, like this same pattern, I bring it back again. If you see something like this folded line, you know that that is you cut on a fold. That means when you're placing this pattern on your material, you're going to place it on a fold. And then if you see something like this, you know that you're going to need a facing. Like that, apart from cutting your pattern, you're going to cut a facing just around this area. So essentially, that is what it means. These little numbers or letters that you see, as you can see here, they write here 2. So that means you're going to cut 2 pieces of this. You're going to cut 2 pieces of this. And then if you look again, they write here B and they wrote here B. It simply means when you're joining this to this. So at first glance, it looks so complicated, but it's not. I just believe after all these explanations, you find out that it's not as complicated as it looks. It's quite simple. Once you have the symbols page with you. I think that is all there is to it. And in my next video, I'm really actually going to practicalize what I have shown you in this particular video. I hope that has helped you, or that will help you as a beginner using the Lutalo pattern making system. The reason I love the system is that it particularly helps a beginner. There are people that love sewing, but they're not very good in mathematics, especially all the calculations that come with sewing a suit or making a dress for yourself. It comes with a lot of mathematics. So the Lutalo pattern making system takes away all the maths, so that all you need is 2 measurements, your bust and your hip measurements. I hope this video will help you a lot, and stay tuned for my next video where we are going to trace a particular pattern from beginning to end and sew it. And then we are going to use the symbols page so that you see how very simple it is to use it and make a dress. Thank you for watching to the end. See you next time. Hi guys, welcome to this video. In this video, I'm going to be taking you through how to trace this pattern of this beautiful top. And in another video, I'll show you how we are going to put it together, that is, sew it together and produce a beautiful top that you can wear with your skirt suit or trouser suit. So first, you get it out of the Lutalo pattern catalog. And the very first thing you're going to need is, of course, your bust and your hip measurement. Those are just the basic measurements you're going to need to make this top. That is the beauty of Lutalo. So let's go ahead and get our bust and our hip measurement. The very first thing we need to do is to take your bust and hip measurement. This is the Lutalo tape, the Lutalo special tape. So first thing is to wear something that is close to you, close to your body, and then you use this side of the tape, which is in centimeters. You're going to take your bust measurement like so, in a very simple manner, like so. And then you're going to note it down at the highest point of your bust. And then you're also going to take the measurement at the highest point of your hips. And you're going to write that down. So I have my bust and my hip measurement written down, 94 cm and 121 centimeters written down there. And of course, the tape, I've cut some pieces and I've gummed it down here that I'm going to be using. And I have my symbols page out from the Lutalo catalog. If you've not watched my video on how I explained the importance of using this symbols page, I have the link below this video, directly below this video, that you can look at, because it's very important. All this means something and it's going to help you when you're tracing the pattern. So I have my symbols page, I have the special Lutalo tape that we are going to use to trace, and of course the pattern we are going to be tracing, and my marker. And I've got the acrylic rulers. We are going to use them too after the tracing. So the very first thing we need to do is to go to the back. This is what we are going to be tracing. The back, the front piece, and of course this piece. As you can see here, EE stands for the lapel. I think, let me look at it. E stands for the lapel. And that is the lapel here. This particular one, that's the lapel. So without wasting much time, what you will do first, let's start and trace this particular one. Before we trace it, if you look at it, there's a cross there. In my last video, I told you what this cross is about. That is where you're going to place your pin, which we are going to do in a minute. And you see that there are a lot of alphabets everywhere. That is very important. So first of all, your bust measurement is what we are going to use to trace all these centimeters above. And then the hip measurement, we are going to use it to trace all this below, because this is below the waist. All these measurements here is below the waist. If you look at the way the style looks, this is below the waist. So all these measurements here, we are going to use it with the hip measurement. So first, you just fold your material, your pattern to the one you want, and now we are going to place it on our pattern paper. So I fix my pattern where we want to trace on my pattern paper. As you can see, it's ready there, fixed. I've used the sellotape to hold it down so that when I'm tracing, it's not going to move around. And then I'll get my bust measurement. Remember my bust, I've taken my bust measurement, I wrote it down, is 94. And I look for 94 on the special Lutalo tape here, and I've put this pin there on 94. As you can see, it's on 94. Good. So I'm going to now take this and I'm going to put it on the cross right there. I'm going to put it on this cross here. And I'm going to pin it down. So what we are going to do next, we are going to be tracing all those numbers that are there. We're going to be tracing all those numbers there. All the numbers up, all of them, we are going to be tracing it using this 94. And the very first number I'm going to trace is 12, right here. I'm going to trace 12. I will just place it down, make sure that it is well aligned. And then I'm going to look for 12 here. And I'm going to mark it using my marker. That is 12 here, right here. And I'm going to mark it. And I'll go to the next one. The next one is 11. I'm going to mark 11 right there. And the next one is 19. And I'm going to mark 19 centimeters. So I'm going to trace all the top centimeters. I finished tracing all the dots I need. As you can see it, I've traced it, all the dots I need up here, up. Now for this lower one, we are now going to use our hip measurement to do that. For my hip measurement is 121. But as you can see, we have 120 here, and we have 122 here. So I'll just put it at 122. So if you have such a situation, put it the next upper number. So I'll put the pin 122, and I'll take it back to the cross. Put it there. And we are going to trace everything around the bottom. So I finished tracing all these centimeters you see below here. 43.5, 20, 36, 37, 37 here, 29.5, 26.5, 29.5, and 22. All these are used with my hip measurement. And these are all the dots. If you can see them, these are all the dots which we are going to join together to form the front pattern. These are all the dots. You can see them. So right now we're going to use the acrylic rulers, and I'm going to join all these dots together. And I'm going to be keeping my pattern there to look at it. Because once I've joined the dots together, I have to ensure that I transfer every alphabet I see here. As you can see it, every alphabet I'm going to transfer it onto the pattern. So I've joined all my dots together. As you can see, the front pattern piece has taken shape. I've transferred everything from the pattern directly onto my own pattern. Everything, the lines, the alphabets, everything that is on the pattern. I've also transferred it to my own pattern. If you see this particular line here, if you look at the symbols page, you find that that kind of line signifies gathers. There it is there. That's the line. Once you have this kind of line, you know that you're going to have a little kind of gathering. If you look at the blouse that you are making, you see that that means around here, you're going to be doing some little gathering when you're joining it to the band right here. So we are through with this. The next one we're going to trace is the back piece. It's essentially the same thing, the same method you're going to use. You place your pin right there and trace all this using your waist bust measurement, and then all this you use your hip measurement for this 1, 2, 3, 4. You use your hip measurement to mark the dots and then put it all together. So let's go ahead and do the second piece. I've positioned my back pattern, as you can see so, and my pin is at 94. That is my bust measurement. And I'm going to be tracing the whole of this with that bust measurement. I'm going to be doing that tracing. When I'm done, I will now remove the pin. Then I'll bring it to 122 right here. And then I'm going to be tracing all these bottom measurements with the 122. I'm done with the back part. You can see I've transferred everything as it is on the back part onto my pattern. Very easy. So the next thing I'm going to do now is this lapel. I'm going to trace it out, and I'm also going to cut this. This doesn't need tracing. They actually tell you what to cut. This is 100 centimeters by 16 centimeters. It's written there. And then all your alphabets like D here, you know where you're going to start adding it, attaching it to your dress. For instance, if you look at this lapel, you're going to cut it on double. You're going to make 2 of it. If you look at here, it said HM. HM means center back. If you look at your tools page, your symbols page rather, HM stands for center back. That means this is going to start from here. You see B here, and you also see B here. So when you're attaching it, it's starting from the back and comes all the way to the front. It's going to start from the back and come all the way to the front, like so. So it's quite easy. So once we've traced this and traced this, our pattern will be ready for us to start sewing our simple top. So all the patterns for this simple blouse is ready. You can see the front there, you can see the lapel, you can see the back, and of course, you can see the band for the lower part of the top. So with this, I've come to the end of this video, and I hope you learned 1 or 2 things or 1 or 2 tips that will help you to make perfectly fitting clothes using the Lutalo pattern making system. As you can see, we did all this with just 2 measurements. My next video, we are going to put together all the pieces, and you see how simple it is and how easy it is to put this together. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe. Until my next video. Hi guys, welcome to this video where we are going to be sewing this lovely top. If you've not watched my video on how to trace out this pattern using this Lutalo pattern making system, I have the link directly below this video. In this particular video, we're going to be sewing up the top. So first and foremost, the material I'm going to use is 150 by 150 cm. I am using 160 by 160 because I'm tall. If your average size 150 by 150 cm is okay for you. That is about 60 inches by 60 inches. So that's the material I'm using, and I've already placed my patterns in place. What I need to show you is that for the pattern, for the back pattern, if you look at this place, you see that it is a dotted line. That means when we are placing this particular back pattern, we'll place it at the edge of the material, at the edge of the material. So as you can see here, let me show it to you. This is my back pattern. If you look closely, see where I placed it. It's at the edge, at the folded end. So that's what you should do with your back pattern. Put it at the folded end. And then every other pattern, I have laid it in place. As you can see, the facing, the front has been laid in place. And what I have done, look at it closely, I have marked my 0.5 inches or about 1 centimeter sewing seam allowance. That is it right there. So I'm going to go ahead and cut out all my pieces for making this blouse. I've got all my pieces. All my pieces are ready. This is the back part, together with the facing for the hand. And of course, the front part, together with the facing for the hand also. And the facing, this facing, if you look at the material, what we are making, you see the neck, it has a facing. That's a facing, and this facing has a stay on it, or a fusible fleece. That is what I did here. You can look at it. That is the fleece, the black fleece. This is the material. So I'm going to iron this on it to form the facing for the front part of the dress. And of course, I have a facing for the waist, the waistband. Let me show you the waistband. Look at the waistband. You can see it. So that here is here. This is what it is. And one part, half of it is going to be, it's going to have a fusible fleece ironed on it. So with that, all my pattern pieces are ready. So what we are going to do now, I'm going to join the facing of the hands, first of all. We're going to prepare the hand by joining the facing of the hand to the back part and of course to the front part. Then we are going to join the shoulders. The shoulder of the back to the shoulder of the front. The shoulder of the back to the shoulder of the front after doing the facing. And then of course, I'm going to join the two edges of the facing. Remember, it's folded. It's double. So I'll join the two edges to make it a very long facing. So I'll go ahead and do that on my machine. Then we'll continue. So this is what your blouse should be looking like by now. I have done all the facing on the hand. I've done the facing on both hands. And the next thing we're going to do now is to join the lapel. This is the lapel. Remember, I said we're going to join it at the edge. I've joined it at the edge, making it to be very long. See how long it is. Extremely long. So the next thing you're going to do, you're going to pin it down and sew it, starting from the center of the back neck. And this is the way you're going to pin it. Let me bring it forward so that you see it well. So you get the center of the neck. I've gotten my center. I marked it. And then where you joined it, you now just spin it round. Get that join. Pin it there. And you're going to pin all round, just like so. Pin it like that, the way I've placed it. Pin the other side too, all round. And that's exactly how you're going to sew it on the lapel. That's how we're going to sew it, so that once you finish sewing it, we'll be folding it behind. That's exactly what I'm going to do right now. After that, remember the base of the blouse. If you look at the pattern, this is where I'm talking about, the base of this blouse. Remember, it's just a little bit on your upper hip. So once you're done with the lapel, you'll now be able to sew the sides together, these sides. You sew the sides together, just like you've placed it Sew the sides together. After you've joined your lapel and turned it and ironed it out, we'll sew the sides together. After sewing the sides, our base, if you notice, the base is shorter than the blouse. Look at it very well. See, it's shorter than the blouse. So that means we're going to do some little gatherings at the edge here. We're going to do little gatherings. If you look at the pattern, take a look at the pattern right here. If you look at here, you see something like, how would I put it? Something like that. And once you see something like that, if you look at the symbols page, that signifies that at this base, you're going to do some little gathers. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So I repeat, after joining this lapel and turning it over and ironing it, we will now join the sides of the material, and then we'll do a little gathering here before we join the base of the material. So that's exactly what I am going to do right now. So the blouse is finally ready. Everything has been done. I have sewn everything together. The lapel, the facing, everything has been sewn together. The base has been sewn, and this is the final product of the blouse, made with just 2 measurements. So what I'll do now is to wear it and let us see the fitting. So guys, I've put on my summer top made from luta log with just 2 measurements, and just look at the fitting. Take a look at the fitting. Very, very cute. In fact, I love this blouse. I love it so much. So we've come to the end of this video on making this simple sleeveless luta log top. Very beautiful top for the summer. I hope your blouse turned out as beautiful and fitting as mine did. Or if you have any challenges whatsoever, don't forget to just drop your comments and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you for watching. Till next video, remain blessed. Hi guys, welcome to this video where we are going to be sewing our trouser pattern. If you've not watched my video on how I got this pattern using just 2 measurements and using the luta log pattern making system, I have the link directly below this video. So once you've gotten your pattern, place it on your material as I did, like so. And then I traced out my pattern. Traced everything out with the tailor's chalk, as you can see. I traced everything out with the tailor's chalk. This is the front part of the pattern. I traced it out. The first line is the tracing of my pattern. You can see it. So just trace out your pattern on your material. Remember the back part of your material. And after you've done that, you now give your seam allowance. This is my seam allowance. You can give it 1 inch or you can give it half an inch. For me, this is about 2 cm. So I'll give the seam allowance all around. It is on this seam allowance that I'm going to do the cutting. And the reason I trace out my pattern is because with the luta log pattern making system, the size is directly to your size. So the reason I draw this is this will direct me on where I'm going to be sewing when I'm actually doing my sewing. So this is the front piece of the trouser, and this is the back piece of the trouser. I've done exactly the same thing. I've put my allowance and I'm going to cut it out. I'll do the same thing for the pockets. Do the same thing for the pockets, and I'll do the same thing for the waist band. So I'll go ahead and cut out my pieces, and then we'll continue from there to sew our trouser. I have cut my trouser pieces. The front piece is cut as you can see it, and the back piece is also cut. You can see my seam allowance there. So I'm going to show you how to cut the pocket piece for the pocket. Now, to cut the pocket for your trouser, you need 4 pieces. You have here 2 pieces for the back part of the trouser and 2 pieces for the front part of the trouser. This is the pattern for the pocket. So when you're cutting for the back piece, you put it as it is, like so, and cut it. When you're cutting for the front piece, you just fold here and then cut it, like so. So that's all about the pockets. For the band, I have cut out the band. That's the band for my trouser. It's folded. I have ironed a fusible fleece on half part of the band. So the band is ready. I have also cut the belt holder. I'm going to be cutting the belt holder. And now for this band is about 7 centimeters by 20 centimeters. 7 centimeters by 20 centimeters. And then we are going to be marking 3.5 centimeters each. 3.5 centimeters. And I'm going to be cutting it. That is to form the belt holder right here. If you look at the pattern, this little belt holder right here, that is what I'll be cutting. I'm going to make 6 of it. So guys, in this video, I'm going to show you how to sew a zipper flyer for a female trouser suit. This is my pattern, my front pattern for the trouser. And I've cut my fabric in 2 sets. And I've laid front part to front part. So what we're going to be doing is to fix this zipper in our zipper flyer. This pattern, I got it from the Lutalo pattern making system with just 2 measurements. I have a link directly below this video where you can get your own perfectly fitting trouser suit pattern using just your hip measurement and of course the full length of your trouser measurement. The very first thing we need to do, if you look at this place that is dotted like this, we are going to be sewing a seam. And the seam we are going to be sewing is about 5 millimeters. I'm going to set my machine length to 5 millimeters. Let me show it to you. So this is my heavy duty singer, and I'm going to be setting the sewing length to 4 millimeters. So it is this sewing length that I'm going to now use to sew from here to here on my material. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to draw a line right here, and I'm going to sew from here to there with 4 millimeters, and then I'm going to continue my sewing to this curve of the front trouser with 1.5 millimeters or about 2 millimeters that I normally use to sew. So we'll go ahead and do that immediately and come back. I'm done with the sewing. This is my zipper fly. I've sewn the 2 sides together. I've done the 4 millimeter sewing from here to here, and then I did a double stitch and then continued with 2 millimeters to sew the crotch or the curve of the trouser. Now I'm going to be adding my zip. You open it, I've opened it up already and iron it. Open up your seam, iron it down. I've already done that. I just wanted to show you. Iron your seam down. Now this is the zip I'm going to be putting here. This is the front part of the zip. So what I will do is to open it up, because some people sew it close, but I prefer to open it up. And then align this part of your zip where you have the joining of the two trousers. Align it just like so. Just follow what I'm doing. See the way I did it? So I'm going to be sewing this as close to that as possible. I'm going to be sewing it up to almost the end of the zip. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be sewing this on the flip, not on the trouser, just on the flap, like so. I'm going to be sewing it like so, not on the body of the trouser. I've sewn one part of the zip, as you can see. Look at it, one part I have sewn on the flip, not on the trouser piece, just on this. So one part of it, I've sewn it there, and I've ensured, remember that the mouth of the zip, it's exactly where you have the opening that we joined here. Exactly there. That is why I said you should sew it open. For some of the videos, they show you that you sew it close. When you sew it open like this, it's easier for you to be able to make sure that the mouth of the zip is right at that joining. So the next thing we are going to do, I'm going to close the zip. I'll close it. And then this other flap, this side of it, I will just fold it in like so. Just fold it in like so. You see? Just fold it in as I did so. And then you're going to sew the second flap on it. Also ensuring that the mouth is at that center. It will be easier now because this one is already joined to it. And we are also going to sew it only on this folded flap. That's what I'm going to do. Just on this folded flap. That's all. So I'll go ahead and do that. I'll just sew this zip on this folded flap. And so I've done the sewing. I've done my sewing and I've curved it down right here. The next thing is to remember that stitch we had, the 4mm stitch. I'm going to loosen it and then I'm going to open the zip and our zipper fly will be ready. So that is our zipper fly. I've removed the gathered stitches from it. So if I open the zip, see how neat it is? Very beautiful. See how it is lying down quite flat in front of your trouser. So that's it on making a zipper fly for a female trouser suit. Thank you for watching. So we're now done with putting our zipper in our trouser. The next thing we are going to do now is to sew our darts. Now I've already marked my darts on my trouser. So what I'll do, I will sew the darts, pin it down. I'll pin it down and I'll sew it. I'll do the same thing for both sides of the dart. Then after that, we are going to be joining our trouser pockets. And to do that, we turn to the front side of the trouser. Turn to the front side of your trouser and get the pockets. Remember, this is our pocket pattern. This is the front pocket. We are going to place the pocket like so. With the front facing the front, like so. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stitch only on this side, on both sides of the trouser. Only on this side, joining the pockets. and then I'll turn it over, and then I'll iron it, and then we'll continue from there. So my front pattern, my front pockets have been sewn, and I've ironed it down. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to be joining the back pockets. These are my back pockets that we cut in 2 pieces. Remember I said I got this pattern from Lutalo pattern making system. So the front part is going to be facing the front part. Just place it like that on both sides of the pockets. So what you're going to do, you're going to join here, from here, just the pockets alone. You're going to join it like so, up to this place. I repeat, we just join from the waist end, just the 2 pockets, join like so, up to here, right here. So I'll quickly do that with my machine on both sides of the pockets. I've joined my back pockets. This is what your trouser should be looking like right now. That's the back. That's the pockets that I've joined together. So this is what your trouser should be looking like. So what you're going to do, you're going to join. Look at where I've pinned at the waist. So the pocket will stand, join it at the waist, and join the pocket at the side, together to the front part of the trouser. Join it at the side, join it at the waist. The same thing you do on both sides. And after that, we are going to be joining the back part of the trouser. This is the back part of the trouser. So what we are going to do now, we are going to join our darts first. I've already marked my darts on my material. So I'm going to join the darts, and then we are going to join up to the crush, the 2 pieces of the back part of the trouser. I've joined all the pockets. I forgot to tell you, you need to put a stay, a cloth stay on the back part of your pockets. You need to put a cloth stay so that it will stand very well. You know, it will lie down very well when you finish joining it to the front part of your pocket. So that has been done. I have joined it here and I've joined it here. I have joined my back part together. I have joined the darts of the back part. So what I will do, I'll place front side facing front on top of the front pocket, front trouser. And then I'm going to pin it all down the sides and the under part of the trouser, and I'm going to be sewing it according to my allowance. Remember that I said you draw your pattern directly so that when you're sewing it, you know exactly where to sew. That's exactly what I'm going to do now. I have all my drawings in place, so I'm going to sew exactly where I have my drawings. This is my sewing. This is the line I'm going to sew. This is my allowance. This is where I did the cutting. So I'm going to be sewing directly on these lines that I marked. If you see the beginning of the video, you understand what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and join the back part of our trouser to the front part of the trouser. My trouser is taking shape. I've joined everything that needs to be joined. The pockets have been joined. As you can see, the front part of the trouser has been joined to the back part of the trouser. All my darts have been joined. So our trouser is actually taking shape. At this point, I think it's better you try it on a little bit to make sure that the waist, is okay with you. Because when I tried mine on, it was a little bit, it wasn't as tight as I wanted. So I had to really, take it in a little bit here by 1/2 inch and take it in a little bit here by 1/2 inch. So go ahead and try it on and ensure that the waist is okay. Because in the next thing we are going to do now is to create our waistband for the trouser. This is our waistband. Remember, I showed you how to prepare the waistband. I gummed a fusible fleece on one end of it. As you can see, one end of it. And then I folded it. So what I've done now is to sew one end together at the back and then fold it out and do the same on the other end of the band. I've sewn it together. Please ensure that your band will match the waistband of your trouser before you sew both ends together. And this here is my belt holder that is going to be on my band, and I'm going to show you how I did this belt holder. If you go back in the video, you see where I cut it in pieces, and this is what it looks like. So what I did was to fold one end and sew it. As you can see, I just folded it and I sewed it. And what I'm going to do to be able to get this particular size of band, this particular size of belt holder on my waistband, I used this double-sided tape. And what I did, because this was much easier than having to sew it and turn it around. So what I did was to gum both ends like so with a double-sided tape. Very easy. And then press it down very well. Make sure that it's really gummed. I'm doing this at the back part of the belt holder where I have already ironed on my fusible fleece. So this is what I did for the belt holders. So once you're done with that, you try to peel out the whites to expose the gummy area. See, that is the gummy area. Do the same on this other side. Sometimes you have to be very patient to be able to do this. So I've exposed the two gummy areas. So what I did was to fold it like so and fold the other end like so, and then fold it again like so, and then use my machine to just sew from here to here. Remember that this end is the end that I have already sewn and folded, and this end is the end that I use to pin on the folded end of the waistband. So that's what I did here. And in order to get this space, just measure your waistband and then divide it by the number of belt holders you have. For me, I have 6, and I divided it by 6, the length of my waistband divided by 6, and then I marked where I was going to place the belt holders. So what I'm going to do now is to go to my machine, and I'm going to run a stitch on this folded end. I'll just run a stitch, and the stitch is going to be holding down all the belt holders as I run the stitch. So that's what I'm going to do on my machine. And when I finish running the stitch, I will now go to my trouser. This is my trouser. And I'm going to join my band. Remember, the band is going to be like this. This side is going to be facing you. It's going to be facing you like that. That's how it's going to be. So the way we are going to join the band, we are going to turn it like so. And then we are going to use just one end, one part of it. I hope you see what I'm doing. And we are just going to pin it down right from where the zip starts. Let me open the zip. Right from where the zip starts, you're going to pin down. Remember, one end. So So just hold it down like so. And just pin it. So that's what you're going to do. I'm going to pin it all around. Hope you see what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to do. And once I run my stitches all around, I will now turn it like so. That is how it will look. So let me go ahead and do that on my machine. And then I think our trouser will be ready. So our trouser is ready. I have put the band, as you can see. I have put the belt holders. Everything is in place. I have hemmed the bottom of the trouser. I've hemmed the bottom of the trouser. So everything is in place. The next thing now is to see exactly how it fits. So that's our trouser. That's the pattern, the color pattern that we just finished making. And I'm showing you the fitting of the trouser. See how the belt sits very well. Got the fitting. So just check out the fitting. So that's our trouser for you. And I hope your trouser turns out as good as mine did. So if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. And thank you so much for watching. Until my next video. Hi guys, welcome to today's video. In today's video, I'm going to do a trouser suit pattern. And I'm going to be using the Lutalo pattern making system to carry it out. And in this pattern, we are going to need only one measurement to be able to carry out this trouser pattern. This is the trouser we are going to be making, and the pattern is right behind the pattern paper. And so for this pattern, we are going to need, as I said, just one measurement. That is our hip measurement. But you're going to need an additional measurement. That is the full length of your trouser, from your waist to your ankle. The reason you need this measurement is so that you will know the length of pattern paper to use. That is the only reason I will need it. As for tracing the pattern, one measurement, which is your hip measurement, is going to be enough to do that. So let's get our hip measurement, and then we're going to place our pattern paper on our pattern board, and we'll start tracing the pattern. So to get your hip measurement, just get your tape. I'm using the Lutalo special tape, but I'm using the opposite side, which is in centimeters. So get your tape, put it around the widest part of your hips, like so, and then get your hip measurement, widest part of your hips. And then get your hip measurement and write it down on your pattern paper. My pattern paper is ready on my board. And the full length of this paper is the length from my waist to my ankle, plus 10 cm. I added the 10 cm so that it will be enough for me to do whatever I want to do, to be completely enough, for my seam allowance and everything. So I repeat, the full length of this pattern paper is 117. My full length for my trouser is 107 centimeters. And my hip is 121 centimeters. So the very first thing is to put the pin exactly where my hip size is. If you look at it, there is no 112. What I have here is there's no 121 rather. What I have here is 122. So what I'm going to do is to put the pin at the next point, the next highest point to my hip size. And once I've done that, I will now bring the pin directly on the cross. I have a lot of videos online that I show you how to do this, but I'm just repeating it in case this is the very first time you're on my channel. You see how easy it is. So once that pin is on that cross, all we need to do now is to trace all these numbers in centimeters. Just trace it and mark those numbers wherever they appear. Like if that number here is 14.5, I'll just mark 14.5 right here. That's what I'm going to do for all. I'll just be marking the dots according to the number that is located right here. The next number here is 12.5. As you can see here, 12.5. So I'll just go ahead and just mark 12.5 right here. So that's how to trace the root allo. I'm going to do that quickly and put all the points that are available. As you can see, the only measurement we have used is just my hip measurement. And we're going to trace round and get all the points. So I've marked all my dots. Look at all the dots here that I've traced from my Lutalo pattern. All the dots. As you can see them there. Right to the bottom. So those are all the dots that I've extrapolated from this pattern that is right here. So now you still need your pattern to be placed on your pattern paper so that you look at it and join all the dots according to the way the dots are joined right here. Like if you see the waist end, you see you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots. So look at my 5 dots right here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots. So all you do is you notice that on the pattern, the second and the third dot is what forms your dart, and the dot under it. So if I come right here, I will join my second, the third dot, and then form my dart. So that's exactly the way to just follow it. Just follow the way the pattern is, and then join all your dots together. And then if you look at it too, look at the way the zipper fly. It's being joined. 3 dots here, and the second dot here, and then this is a straight line here where you do the cutting. If you come down here too, you see my 3 dots. Those are my 3 dots, and that's how I'm going to also trace my zipper fly with this joining up to this particular dot. So that's the simplest way to trace your pattern. Trace it, I will transfer everything. This is the gray line passing through the dot straight to the bottom of the trouser. So I'm going to join all my dots right now and then transfer everything as it is on the pattern onto my own pattern paper. I've joined all my dots together for the front pattern piece of the front part of the trouser. That is the front part of the trouser. All the dots have been joined. Everything according to the pattern as it is. I have transferred it directly to my pattern. That is the zipper fly. That is where the pocket is going to be. That is my grain line at the center of the dart. Everything exactly as it is here, I have transferred it here. Before we go on to trace the back of this trouser, I just want to show you when you're cutting your trouser. Remember that Lutalo patterns do not come with seam allowance. So I normally cut the pattern as it is, but when I place it on my material, I now give it my seam allowance. So I want to show you here, as you can see here, you have a straight line and you have dotted lines. In the pattern, whenever you see straight line, that is the only places that you do a cut. Dotted lines could mean two things. It will be a top stitch, like here. It means a top stitch at the pocket end. Or it could just be a tracing to show you where you're going to put a particular piece of the pattern. For instance, here, this is where the pocket, the inner pocket is going to lie, under the trouser. And right here, this is the flare, the zip flare. And the way you're going to cut it, as I said, you cut it like so, cut it like that, cut like that, and then all the way down. That's how you're going to cut this front piece of the trouser. Now, in tracing the back piece, which I'm going to do, I won't need to show it, but I'll just show you some things. You put your cross right here, just like I did with this one, and then we are going to trace the back piece using all the numbers here and using only our hip measurement, just like I did for this one. For the pockets, this is where the cross is. This is where you're going to put your pin, and then trace all the numbers to form this pocket piece. For the band of the trouser, they give you the length is 7 centimeters by 83 centimeters. Now, this 83, you need to be careful. I think it's better you measure your waist and confirm it. You measure, that's why they wrote CA, about 83 cm. So it depends on your waist for the length, but the width is 7 centimeters. Now, HCC has to do with, you look at your symbols page, H stands for belt or waistband, and then CC stands for loose part. So that HCC stands for this single bands that you're going to put your belt in. I don't want to put that. It's optional. If you want, you can put it. If you want to put it, you're going to be cutting 4 centimeters by 2 centimeters. That's what you're going to be cutting. 4 centimeters by 2 centimeters to get those bands for you to put your belt in. And you cut it 5 of it. As I said, it's optional. I'm not going to do that. I'll just cut my band, and then I'll trace my pocket, and then I'll trace the back piece, and the trouser pattern will be ready. All the patterns for the trouser suit is ready. The female trouser suit, and everything was made with just one measurement. That is the hip measurement. That is the front part of the trouser. That is the pocket for the trouser. That is the back part of the trouser. And this here is the band of the trouser. So that is all the 4 pattern pieces that we need to be able to make this trouser from Lutalo. And everything was made with just 2 measurements. If you've not got your Lutalo, I have a link right below this video that you can click and get your Lutalo. As you can see how easy it is to just create a pattern. If you don't have Lutalo, I also have a link below this video where you can watch a video that I did the same trouser suit manually without using Lutalo. That, of course, involves a lot of other measurements, not just one measurement like Lutalo. So with this, I've come to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you've seen how easy it is to use Lutalo to create a trouser suit. for a female. If you have any challenges, don't hesitate to drop your comments. So thank you so much, and see you next time in my next video. Hi guys, how are you coping with this corona? I just hope that you are staying safe and you're keeping yourself and your family safe. And we pray that this will be over soon. Today I'm going to show you all the things I've been able to make with the LUTALO pattern making system. You're going to see all the wonderful clothes that I was able to make with LUTALO. You're going to see the wonderful things you can make just by using two measurements, your bust and your hip measurement. A lot of people complain that the LUTALO pattern making system has only English styles. That is why I made this video to show you what I was able to make using Ankara material, African material, how I was able to customize the LUTALO pattern and make African long skirt, and things like that. I have the link directly below this video. So you can just click and go to those videos that I made those clothes and watch them. If you've not bought your LUTALO pattern making system, I think now is the time for you to make it. Now that a lot of people are staying at home, you can use that time, teach yourself how to sew. Because if there is any pattern making system that is best for the beginner, is the LUTALO pattern making system. I mean, which other pattern making system out there can you use with just two measurements to make perfectly fitting clothes, which you're going to see in a little while. So just sit down and just watch and see all the beautiful clothes I have made so far using the LUTALO pattern making system. So this is the first one. This is pattern 128. This particular one. That's pattern 128. I'm going to get up and show you how it looks. That is what I'm wearing now, so that you see how it turned out. And you see how beautiful and how perfect the fitting turned out to be. So this is LUTALO pattern 150. See the fitting? See how fitting it turned out to be? That is the lace I used for this material. This is the African material. And then at the, you can't see it, so at the bottom, look at the lace there, at the bottom. So very, very, very beautiful and super. Exactly what it is here. So this is my LUTALO pattern 128 finished product using Ankara material and a baby lace to do it. And of course, I just added a bag to go with it. She has a bag there, as you can see. She has a bag. She's holding a bag. So I decided to do my own bag too. This is not in the LUTALO pattern, but at least I just decided to do a bag to go with it, just to make everything complete. So let's look at the next one. This here is LUTALO pattern 151. You can see that it has a top and it has an inner wear with very tiny sleeves. LUTALO pattern 151. So I was also able to make that using this Ankara material and also a baby lace. So this is how it turned out. This is how it turned out. Very wonderful. I will show you the tiny hands. So you can see the beauty of LUTALO, that when you use LUTALO, you can make perfectly fitting clothes. Perfectly fitting. So look at the hands. You see that there is no opening here to expose any part of your body. Very, very neat and very decent. Very neat and very, very decent. Look at it. And then check out the fitting. Check out the fitting. of the dress. So that's my another product of LUTALO that I wanted to share with you in this video. It's not yet finished. I'm going to show you another product of LUTALO that I made using the LUTALO pattern making system. Now, this I made from LUTALO pattern 139. This is LUTALO pattern 139, as you can see it there. Let me bring it back a little. LUTALO pattern 139. You may be wondering, oh, this doesn't look like what is in LUTALO pattern 139. Yes, it doesn't. But if you look at it very well, the top, the flare, the hand is from LUTALO pattern 139. So what I did was to get all the patterns behind. I got the pattern for it. I traced it. And now all I did was to cut off the hand a little bit. Sorry for that little breakdown. I had to switch off my phone. So, as I said, all I did, I got inspiration from this. I traced out the pattern according to my shape and figure. And then all I did was to just add a little thing here. Just a little thing, to make the blouse look a little bit spectacular for me. But as for the lace, this lace here, these gathers here, as you can see, is exactly like that style. And then the skirt, I actually made the skirt very long. Let me see if I can. So that is the skirt. See how long? I made the skirt quite long. This is not in the style, but I got the shape from my waist to my knees. I got the shape from the shape of the skirt. So that is just what I did. As I said, I always say with LUTALO pattern making system. As I always say, with the LUTALO pattern making system, the sky is your limit. As long as you have a fashion sense, as long as you enjoy sewing, you can do all kinds of things with LUTALO. And as I said, the most exciting thing about it is that you need just 2 measurements to be able to make beautiful clothes that I just showed you. So if you've not bought your LUTALO pattern making system, there is a link under this video. You can click and pick it up from my shop, or you can click to my website and you can pick it up. And it will be sent to you directly to your doorsteps. So don't waste this time. Use this time that you're at home or working from home and bring out that sewing skill that is already inside of you and let LUTALO help you to create beautiful, perfect fitting clothes. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe to my channel so that you can see wonderful detailed illustrations on how you can make beautiful clothes with the LUTALO pattern making system. Thanks for watching. Ciao. See you next time. Hi, welcome once more to my channel. My name is Enorita James. For most of you that have been following me, you know that I talk a lot about sewing bags, sewing purses, making clothes, and of course, I always talk about the Lutalo pattern. For some time now, I have not made any video on the Lutalo pattern. I have a video that I did a description of what the Lutalo pattern looks like, how it comes, and I also did some videos on how you can customize the patterns and use it to make Nigerian clothes or African styles and so on and so forth. But today I want to talk about the Lutalo pattern in details because there are some little things that you need to know or to look at, you know, to be able to make your choice to purchase the Lutalo pattern. I have gone through a lot of patterns online, believe me. Since I started sewing my clothes, I have gone through patterns. I've gone through some patterns that you can use your computer and make. But at the end of the day, I always come back to Lutalo. Because for me, Lutalo pattern is simple, easy, no complication. And the most amazing thing is that you need just 2 measurements. 2 measurements, you can make a dress, you can make a top, you can make your skirt, you can make whatever style you want. Somebody was complaining that the Lutalo pattern has only English styles. But I decided to show you that once you can use Lutalo pattern and make a block pattern for yourself, from that block pattern, you can do whatever style you want to do. It must not be the style there. But the most important thing is that you can make a block pattern of your figure, something that fits you perfectly, fits to your figure, to your shape. So you really do not need that Lutalo should do some styles that has to do with African styles. As long as you know how to sew and you have a little bit of fashion sense, this is the best. So let me start again, once again. This is the Lutalo catalog. It looks old because this is my own. I've been using it for many years. It looks well used. Let me put it like that. So this is the Lutalo catalog. And it comes with what I call acrylic rulers. Acrylic rulers, there are 2. It comes so. That is the Lutalo package. It comes like that. Comes like so. Now, I want to start with the acrylic rulers. It doesn't normally look like this. This is old. I've been using it. That's why it looks. It's even broken, as you can see. I had to patch it and see. I use it a lot. So, but this is how it comes. As you can see, this can be used to trace all your curves, particularly your skirt curves. Curves that has to do around your hips. You can also use it to trace curves under your trouser when you're trying to cut your trouser. But apart from my speaking, once you buy it, at the back of the container, you can see they actually illustrate to you how it is used. These things are written in German, but the ones that I sell is in English. So for those of you that feel that this thing is in German, I will understand. I sell the English one. I have this one because I understand German, so I can understand what is written here. But the ones that I do sell, they are in English. So as you can see, it is well illustrated how you can use all these curves. See? To make a very good arm curve, neck curve. At it, if you're tracing their arm, you know how to trace it. They show you how to use it. You see? For your trouser, shorts, if you're doing a short trouser or a short knicker for a summer trouser or summer short, they show you how to use this place, to trace this place, to get that beautiful curve. So that the trouser will not be entering inside your, some trousers people wear. I don't want to talk too much about that, but if you have your nice curve, your trousers will just flow. They will not be resting in between your legs, For your short skirts, you see, you can use the slimmer one. And also for this, your long trousers, they illustrate for you how to use it. So look at it. Everything is illustrated, how you can use it perfectly. Now that I've finished with the acrylic rulers, let's go to the catalog itself. The Lutalo catalog. As I said before, I have a video on this. But in that video, I didn't really talk about what I'm talking about now. Because some people just buy it and they don't even know, what is this thing for? They don't even look at the backpack. So I'm showing it to you now so that once you buy it, you look at the backpack and see how you can really use it to perfection. Use the acrylic rulers. Now this is the Lutalo catalog. This is the catalog. And this catalog, when you open it, first thing you come across is this, which I've illustrated before, but I will illustrate again. This is a very special tape that comes with the Lutalo catalog. It's very special tape. I'm going to show it to you in a while. And then it comes with a marker, a water-soluble marker, 2 pins, a sellotape. All this is what you use to do your pattern. Let me show you what the tape looks like. This is what the Lutalo special tape looks like. There's a special area here, white in color, which when you go through my channels, you see the way this is used. This is used. This is where you actually pin down your bust measurement and your hip measurement. You use this area. And then when you're measuring your hip and your bust, you use this part of the tape. It is in centimeters. Use it to measure your bust and to measure your hips. The reason I'm showing all this is that some people, if you look at most of the Lutalo illustrations, they might not tell you in details, and some people might feel frustrated and they don't understand, so they don't buy. But if you can understand how to use this, believe me, sewing will be so easy for you. It will be amazing. No matter the style. No matter the style. Even if the style is not in this catalog, you will see something similar to it to be able to use it and sew that style. That's all. So, as I've told you, this is the area we use once we've measured our bust and our hips. This is the area we use. As you can see, it has little holes where you will put in the pin. Now I should bring it a little bit closer. So you can see that it has little holes where you can put in your pin when you're ready with your bust and your hip measurement. So that is all about the special measuring tape that comes with the Lutalo package. So this comes with the Lutalo package, special measuring tape. And it also comes with a CD. The CD would illustrate to you how to use the Lutalo, what all these things are all about. It will also show you how to use a Lutalo to make a waistcoat. I have made a waistcoat. If you come to my channel, you'll see it, how to use a Lutalo to do a waistcoat. I did a video on it from beginning to end. How to cut the pattern, how to sew the waistcoat, and at the end of the day, I wore the waistcoat and did a fashion parade for you. So, this comes with the Lutalo package. Now, let's go to the catalog itself. The catalog actually shows you how to do the bust and hip measurements. They show you how to do the bust measurement from the very tip of your breast and the side of the special tape to use to do your bust measurement. As you can see, this is the bust measurement, this is the hip measurement. And if you read what is here, as you can see, it is, let me bring it close, it is written in English. It's written in English. So, the whole thing here is in English. they tell you when to use the bust measurement. The bust measurements are used for all measurements from the waist upwards, while this hip measurement is used for all tracings from the waist downwards. I'm going to illustrate what I mean in my next video. But for now, I'll just do this explanation of this catalog. So the catalog here shows you and illustrates to you how to do the two measurements, the only two measurements you need for Lutalo pattern. Very stressless, very stressless. No stress of measuring shoulder to shoulder, shoulder to bust, bust measurements, shoulder to waist. You don't need it. You just need your bust and your hip measurements. That is the beauty of Lutalo. That is just the beauty of Lutalo. So now that I've shown you how to do that, in my next video, let me just finish this video with everything. So that in my next video, I will just do a pattern. I'll just take one pattern and we trace it together so that you see and understand exactly what I'm talking about. Now, the next page, they show you what to do with the two measurements you've got, as you can see. They will now want to do that waistcoat. They are now showing you, okay, you've taken your waist, your bust and your hip measurement. This is the way to use the tape. They show it to you here. How to place the pin at the place that has the measurement of your bust. They show it to you. It's in the catalog. Even if I'm showing it to you, I'm going to do it practically once again. And I'll keep doing it and doing it with different kinds of styles. I'll keep doing it so that you have a full understanding and see how beautiful it is. I will do it for every style. I will sew the dress and I'll wear it and you'll see the fitting. You will see the fitting. The fitting is, you'll be amazed. So the next page, they now show you how to trace. As you can see, they show you how to trace it. They write it there, you read it how to trace the patterns. As you can see. At the end, they now show you how to join together all your dots to get your pattern. And they also show you how to do your tracing. I didn't even show you that paper. Now, at times you can use that too. It also comes with a Lutalo. See? In case your arm gets broken, you can use the paper. You see? So, they have thought of everything. I love Lutalo. I love Lutalo. I'm telling you. I love this Lutalo pattern. It's so simple. I'm so happy I found it. It's so simple. It's amazing. So when they finish that, drawing it, they'll actually show you how to place your pattern on your material and cut it. This is the process of the waistcoat, how to make the waistcoat. They show it to you. It's in this catalog. And then, this symbol page is very important because when you start using the catalog and you start sewing the materials, you see some of these symbols. So this is a page that actually tells you what the symbols are. When you see the symbols on the pattern, to show you, let me show you one. For example, I brought out this pattern from the catalog. Look at this style now. If you look at it, you see some symbols down. You see VV, MM, you see a circle with half shaded and all that. They will tell you the amount of materials to use, 150 by 150 centimeters. Here in Germany, they measure materials by centimeters and meters. But in Nigeria, I know we measure our materials by yards. 37 inches makes 1 yard. So all you have to do with this, if you want to know the amount of material you need to make this dress, you know that you can get it 150 by 150 centimeters. 150 is divided by 2.5. This is about 59 inches or so. 60 inches. You know, some yards come by 60 by 60 inches or so. So it depends. So what this is telling you is that you need at least 1 yard or 1.5 yards to make this part of the material, and maybe 1 yard for the lace, or half a yard, or 3/4 of a yard to make the lace trimmings for this style, you know. So they actually tell you that. So these symbols, this symbol page, this symbol page in the Lutalo is very important. It will help you, especially when you're drawing your patterns. And when you look at the patterns, like for this, if you look at the back that shows you the patterns for this dress, you also see symbols MM, BB, BC, B, BMM, you know, things like that. That will show you see E there, you see a big cross. All the patterns, as you can see, they have a cross or an X somewhere, as you can see. X and a cross somewhere. X and a cross somewhere. All these things are very important. That is why I'm taking my time to show you before I even start tracing anything. I'm taking my time to show you this, so that by the time I finish with the dress, you will not wait to buy this Lutalo. You ask yourself, where have you been since? Especially if you love to sew for yourself, you know, or you're just somebody that's just finished learning how to sew, and you know you want to be able to sew fitting clothes. You know, it's one thing to learn, it's another thing to sew clothes that actually fits. You understand? So there's some clothes that people will sew. You think it's a carpenter that made it. It's amazing. But when you have something like this, believe me, you will enjoy sewing, like I do. So that is it. Then after that, it goes straight to actually show you how to cover buttons. You know, if you want to do cover buttons with your manually, it shows you how to do it. It shows you how to join sleeves to clothes very well. It shows you how to make pockets. So before you even enter into the main catalog, you have a lot of things you can learn from this Lutalo catalog. See, it shows you a lot of things. It shows you how to join your sleeves. It actually explains to you how to join sleeves. You know, sometimes people sew clothes and you want to lift up your hand, you cannot lift it. As I said, sometimes you can't lift it. Or they sew and you have all these puffs around your arm and all that. This catalog shows you how to join your sleeves. So it's really, really, really great. It's really wonderful, you know. And for those people that love to knit, it also shows you how to knit. If you're interested in that, I haven't developed a passion for that. And it shows you how to customize your material. Shows you that you can lay all your patterns on your material and do your cutting, so that less material is wasted. Less is wasted. Instead of doing just your manual measurements, this and that, you have all your patterns in place. Just place them on your folded material and you have all your patterns out. And you save your material. You can use minimal materials to make a dress. I want to stop here because the video has gotten too long, 18 minutes. I want to stop here. In my next video, I'm actually going to pick up a pattern from the Lutalo and trace it, so that if you bought your Lutalo, you can follow me and trace it. If not bought it, you can contact me. My website, I'll write down my website in case you want to purchase it. You can get to my website. On my website, you'll see how you can purchase the Lutalo pattern system. And I urge you, if you sew, this is very valuable, very, 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 very valuable for you. If you sew, if you have the passion to sew, if it is a hobby, you need this. You need this. Once you have this, you don't sew without it. So take care of yourself and have a wonderful day. Welcome to my channel, Goshen Heights Couture. In my last video, we did a tracing of this beautiful dress. We did a tracing of the front part. So today we are going to do the tracing of the back part, as I said in the last time. So without wasting much time, I'll fold my pattern and I place it on my tracing board. Let me turn this so that you can see it very well. Good. So I think it's okay now. Good. Place it on my tracing board and then use the sellotape to hold it firm so it will not be shifting when we are doing our tracing. Good. Remember my bust measurement was 98. It hasn't changed. I haven't added weight. The bust measurement 98. I fix my pin at 98. Then I'll get to the cross, fix it there. And then I'll start measuring all the points from my waist upwards. Oh. Sorry. I'm tracing the front again. Sorry. We are supposed to be tracing the back today. Oh. I have to remove this. Thank God I saw that on time. I don't know where my head is today. Okay. We are tracing the back. This is the back of the dress. We already did the front in my previous video. So we'll place that here. Sellotape it once again. Sellotape it to hold it firm. And of course, my 98 is already in place. I put it at the cross there. And I'm going to measure all the points from the waist upwards. The waist here is 17.5, so I mark my 17.5 quickly. The next point here is 13. Mark it. Next one is 12. See how easy this thing is. The more you use it, the more you find it to be quite easy to use. Next one is 14. The next point here is 28. 28. Next point is 26. 26 is here. Next is 26.5. 26.5 is here. $25. Another 25. $27. $12. When I started using this Lutan initially, it used to be so difficult. But now, it's quite easy to use. It's easier than cracking your brain on calculating bust measurement, hips measurement, and so forth. The last one here is another waist measurement. That is 17.5. Hope you're following me. The last one here is 17.5, and we are done with using the bust measurement. The next measurement we are going to do is my hips measurement, and my hips measurement was 116 centimeters. So I go to 116 centimeters. 116 is right here. Yeah. Right here. 116 centimeters. Look at it. And then I'm going to go back to the cross, place it there, and then measure all measurements below the waist. And the first measurement I have here is 37.5. Next one is 73.5, way down here. Next one is 13, up here. Next is 27. Then 62. And then 73. We are done. We are done. Finish. See how simple it is? If I was using normal measurements to cut this dress, I wouldn't have finished by now. The next thing is to quickly use our rulers and do the tracing. I will soon be through. I don't want this video to be too long. Here are my rulers, my acrylic rulers. I'm going to do the tracing now. And then this pattern, I'll remove it and mark the X where I did the X because I'm going to need it. I'll remove it. But I'll still place it in front of me because I need to look at it to do my tracing. I have to make sure everything is transferred there. So I press my neck. I join the points. I use this to do the neck. You can also use this portion to do the neck. It depends on you, whichever one. Maybe I should try using this first. Whichever one, I use it to do the neck. You know, the neck at the back is not normally stiff. It's just a little bit. I have 4 points there to join. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then the shoulder. Shoulder. Then the armhole. I hope you're seeing what I am doing. The armhole. The armhole from the back is not normally as deep as the armhole in front. Good. Then armpit to waist. Waist to hips. I use this for the waist to hips. To actually get that curve. So, now the upper back is from the armpits straight to that curve here. Essentially, just to join all your dots together. Join all your dots together. Good. Now let's trace the dots. Let's trace the dots. Okay. Finish. Finish. Then all you have to do now is to transfer all these alphabets directly on the pattern. And after that, we are finished with the back part of our pattern. So all I'll do is to just trace it and cut it off. It's as simple as that, my friends. We are done. Thank you so much for listening. And I hope it was simple and that you also trace your own pattern and follow me as we do sew this beautiful dress. Have a wonderful day. once more to my channel. I'm so sorry I've not been able to upload my next video. I was looking for a particular lace to match the dress that I was going to make. For those of you that are joining me for the first time, welcome to Goshen Heights Couture. Welcome to my channel. This is the channel about making clothes using the LUTALO pattern. The LUTALO pattern uses only 2 measurements to make clothes: your bust measurement and your hips measurement. With those 2 measurements, you can make any kind of cloth. It makes life easy when it comes to sewing clothes. In my last video, we're going to make this elegant looking dress. This beautiful dress, that's what we're going to make. I bought an Ankara. I bought this Ankara. This is what it looks like to be able to make this dress. So my challenge was getting a lace that I was going to use here and here, to get a lace that really, would match it and make it look sweet. And eventually I was able to get one. I was able to get this lace I'm going to use on that part of it, as you can see. So without wasting most of your time, let's get straight to work. In the last video, I cut the pattern for this pattern 128 on my LUTALO catalog. We were able to trace the pattern, we traced the front and we traced the back of the pattern right here. We did all this in my last video, so you can go back and look at my last video so that you follow me. Without wasting time, let me go straight to cutting my patterns. Done this like this. Okay, thanks. It's okay. As you can see, I've placed my pattern. This is the front of the pattern with all the alphabets, as I told you in my last video. Whatever is written on the pattern, you transfer it to your own pattern after cutting it so that you will not make a mistake. I have already pinned my pattern, as you can see. As you can see here, the dotted lines, bring it up a little. You see that wherever you see lines like this, it means that you should place your pattern on the folded part of the material. This is the folded part of my material. As you can see, it's not cut. It's folded. It's not cut. So whenever you see this dash or dotted lines on the pattern, place that part of the pattern on the folded parts of your material. As you can see, all this is all the cut, a cut part. It's not folded. Okay? But remember, you're cutting everything in 2 pieces. So the dress is folded. It's double for me to cut this. So this is already placed. Everything is okay. All I have to do is to do the cutting. What I normally do, I just cut around all of it. And remember, don't cut exactly close to the pattern. Give half an inch. Sometimes I even give more than half an inch. Because it's always better to sew a cloth that is a little bit loose on you and you adjust it than to make it too tight and you don't have any means of adjusting it. So I just do my cutting. I just want you to see how simple really it is when you're using LUTALO pattern to sew. Once you've cut out your pattern, all you have to do is to place it on your material and just do your cutting. I'm done with the front. The front is ready. So what we need now is the upper part of the style that I showed. You know, the upper part has to do with a lace. It's a lace. So I'll lay this aside. And this is the front, the upper part of the pattern. This is the lace I'm using. I've already placed my pattern on it, as you can see. So I'm going to do the cutting. Remember, the dotted line is on the folded part of my lace. So what I'll do now, just do my cutting. Give it half an inch space so that I will do my piping. For this, I'm going to do piping. I'm not going to do an interface. As I said, the Luther pattern just helps you to cut. You need to go, if you don't know how to sew, you need to go and learn how to sew. It just helps you to cut through simple cutting. That's what the Luther pattern really does. Helps you in cutting, not in sewing. So we are done. I left all this because I want my lace to overlap over this. So we are done with the front piece. Fold it, lay it aside. As I said, once you finish your cutting, transfer every alphabet on the pattern onto the dress. I'm done with the front. We go over to the back. This is the back. I've already done my pinning too. The back. Okay. The same thing, everything is pinned. This is not the folded side. Remember, this is the back. So this place is the cut side. And I'm going to give it more space because there is a zip written here. So it's going to be a zip. So I'll give it 1 full inch when I'm cutting that space for the back. So you see, I'm giving it 1 full inch because of the zip I'm going to put at this place. That is it. So we are done. We are done. So all we have to do now is to cut the lining, place this on the lining, cut it, transfer every alphabet you have onto your cloth, and then everything is ready for you to do your sewing. For the back piece of the lace, as you can see, it's already placed. It's already placed. So all I have to do is to do the cutting as I did with the front. hold everything together. And we are finished. This video is just all about the cutting. I'm not going to show a video about it. I'll be sewing it. As I said, the Lutalo pattern helps you to cut, not to sew. Thank you so much for creating time to watch this. And please hit the subscription button if you want to continue to see my videos. And thank you for watching. Hi, welcome once again to my channel, Goshen Heights Couture. Yes, my beautiful fashion designers, we have finished our dress. If this is your first time of tuning into my channel, welcome to my channel. In this place, I talk about sewing clothes using the special Lutalo system. A system that helps you to cut a dress with just 2 measurements. The special Lutalo package that helps you to cut a dress with just 2 measurements. It is this that we have used to make this dress I'm wearing. And this is the pattern of the dress I'm wearing. We started with this. You can go back and watch my other videos to see how we started, how I discussed how to trace the patterns, everything that has to do with the patterns. Before we even started tracing the pattern, we traced the front, we traced the back. So please, if this is the first time you're watching this video, I would advise you to go back and watch the other, I think 4 videos that is before this, so that you now appreciate the dress that I'm wearing. I finished making my dress, pattern 128. So this video is just for you to see the dress, to see the fitting. You know, the hand was not a complete sleeveless. You can see the hand. It flows a little bit down your arm. Flows a little bit down your arm. So that is it. And it looks like an English wear. But I made mine with an African print, African Ankara print. In fact, let me get up so that you see the fitting. Look at the fitting of this dress. Just look at the fitting. Look at the fitting. Look at the fitting of this dress. Check out the fitting. Very beautiful. You know, I'll say it and I'll keep saying it. If you don't have Lutalo, and you sew, or you're somebody that just like making clothes for yourself, save yourself the stress. Get this Lutalo that helps you to make a dress with just 2 measurements. Just 2. Just 2 measurements. And you have a lot of styles to choose from. So many styles to choose from. A lot. A lot of styles to choose from. And customize it the way you want. As you can see from this style, let me show you. From this style, the lace was just, there's a kind of piping or something here with the lace, but I didn't do mine like that. I made my own lace to just overlap. See, to just overlap my Ankara prints. You know, you can do whatever you want. And moreover, if you see the dress, it looks more like an English elegant wear. But I made mine to look like an African wear. All I need is to do a head tie with the print. And I can wear this dress to church. Very nice, very comfortable. I can wear it to church. I can wear it in summer here, where I am here. I can wear it. It's very comfortable. It's not hot. Wear it outside. Go for a birthday party. You know, go for a summer party. Wear it and just You can even go for any African party here. It's so wonderful. And it took me just a day to do this. It didn't even take up to a day. I was doing other things. Because once you can cut very well to fit you, the sewing is easy. Once you can cut to fit, it's just to sew it. Follow the line of the cutting and just sew it. So I repeat, if you want to get the Lutalo system, you can run along to my site. You see how you can get it. And I did a little bag. You see the lady is holding a bag, a small clutch bag. I did my own bag. Voila. I did my own bag to go with it. I did not do a video of how to make this bag. So if you want it, you can get to my website. If you want this kind of bag, exactly, you can get it in my website. It might not be the same Ankara material, but it will certainly be this style of bag. As you can see the bag, I bring it closer. See the piping I did on the sides of the bag. So look at the bag. Very comfortable all-purpose bag. I just use with my cloth. And I look like an African queen. You are my African queen. Eh? Eh? Girl of my dream. Eh? Eh? So, if you want this bag, you get to my website. My website is on the screen. And you see how you can get the bag. Or, if you want to make the bag for yourself, you can also see how you can get the pattern for the bag. And also video illustrations for how to make the bag using that pattern. So all you have to do is to get to my website, which is on the screen, and you see how to do all these things. I show you the interior of the bag. There's a little place. I put a little bag inside, where you can put maybe your purse, or you can put your phone, or whatever. So you can put whatever you want in there. Very comfortable bag. True. But the most important thing is that it makes you unique. When you do this bag by yourself, with whatever material you want to use, and the color combinations you want to use, and you go along the street, they will ask you, where did you get this? You started marketing yourself. That is if you are somebody that is into fashion. But even if you do it by yourself, somebody can say, okay, do it for me. How much will you charge? You started business. Thank you so much for watching me, and thank you so much for following me along this process of making this beautiful dress that we've done. In my next video, we're going to pick up another dress. I'm going to pick up something else from the Lutalo, and we're going to start all over again. And I'll keep doing this until you get used to it, because the Lutalo is, the more you do it, the more it is simple, the more you get used to it. So, thank you so much for watching me. If you like my videos, please hit the subscription button so that whatever I upload, you'll be aware that I've uploaded something and you continue to follow me. Thank you so much for listening, and I wish you a wonderful, wonderful day. Hello my people, welcome once again to Goshen Heights Couture. For those of you that are joining me for the first time, this is Goshen Heights Couture, and this is where you can learn how to sew very easy, without stress. If you've not watched my former videos, you can go to my YouTube channel. I will put my YouTube channel up so that you can just go to it and get my other videos, and of course subscribe so that you'll be aware when I post other videos. We just finished a project. I want us to start another project from the Lutalo. The Lutalo pattern, for those of you that are joining for the first time, It's a pattern that helps you to make a dress with just 2 measurements. 2 measurements. If you want to know about it, you want to know how it comes, you want to know how the package looks like, please watch my other videos that I explained about it. Once you get to my YouTube channel, you'll see a video on tiny details about the LUTALO, and just watch it. I did a thorough explanation about the LUTALO system. So let's get to the project for today. I want to make another dress. We're going to start another project, and I leafed through the LUTALO catalog. I went through the catalog looking for what I should sew with my fashion designers, and I came up with a drawing. I want to do something like this. This is what I want to sew. I want to sew a gown that is either sleeveless or has simple sleeves with a jacket to go with it. This is what I want. Or something similar to it. Just a simple gown and a kind of transparent jacket to go with it. I first formed this style before I now leaf through my LUTALO to see if I will see something similar to that to use to create a pattern to use and sew this my style. And voila, I came up with this. The style is not exactly straight, but then this is what I want. I wanted something like this. So if you want to do a straight one, instead of doing this, if you go through the LUTALO, you see something too that will give you a straight gown. But when I saw this, I said, why not? After all, in my last project, I did a straight gown. So why don't I do something a little bit different? That this is a little bit overlap to still look cute instead of being pure straight. So I came up with this. This is what we are going to be making. But before I go into tracing this pattern, I want to explain some things for you so that in my next video, we'll start tracing the pattern. If you can see here, let me bring it closer. This is pattern 150 and 151. But you can see that it has some letters to it. Like the pattern 150 has VV written on it. Pattern 151 has NN written on it. Now, when you get a pattern from LUTALO like this one we're going to start tracing, you need to have what I call the symbols page. You also get it from the catalog. The symbols page. You must hold it so that you're able to know what every alphabet written here stands for. So if we look at VV here stands for dress. Let me look for something and do a pointer to it. Look at VV here. Stands for dress. VV. And if you see the NN that we saw, the NN here stands for blouse. The reason you need to know that is that so that you know the amount of yards in centimeters or in inches that you need to be able to make this dress. And if you see it's written down there, for the dress I need 150 by 150 cm. And for the blouse I need 90 by 140 cm. Now, for those of you that use the inches tape, because I use the centimeter tapes. In Germany here, we have centimeter tape. But for Nigerians or some other people, I don't know which other countries, that use inches. When I was in Nigeria, I used to use a tape that counts in inches. But for those that use inches tape, you can do a conversion to be able to know exactly 150 by 150 centimeters is how many inches. Start divide the 150 by 2.5. Now if I divide 150 by 2.5, you'll be able to know the number of inches. And since you know that 37 inches makes 1 yard, you'll be able to know the number of yards you need for this cloth. I repeat, to be able to know the amount or the volume of material you need to make this dress, just go down, they write it down what you need, convert it to inches for those of you that use tape that comes in inches, and use it. For me, my tape is in centimeters, so it's okay with me. So you know whether to use 2 yards or 1 yard is enough for this time. That's all, just to give you an idea, so that when you're going to buy a material for it, whatever material you want to use for this, then you know the quantity of material to buy for the dress and the quantity of material to buy for the blouse. That aside, now I'm going to explain the dress on this video, and in my next video I'm going to explain the blouse, as I'm going to talk about the patterns. The first pattern I'm going to trace will be the pattern for the dress. So as you can see, the pattern is quite easy. As I've said, every pattern has its cross at the center there. Every pattern has its cross at the center. And then every pattern has some alphabets. For this, you can see A here. A means front. AD, what does AD here stand for? You go to your, where have I dropped this thing? You go to your symbols page and find out what is AD for. A is for front, D is for skirt. So find out that this place now is front skirt. That's what it stands for. So when you see AD here, that means this particular pattern now is for the front part of the skirt. And then if you look at the way they drew all these things, you see some shaded areas, you see some dotted areas. Like here, the line here is not straight, as you can see. The line is not straight. And I told you in my former video that when you see a line in the Lutalo pattern that is not straight, it means that we are going to place this part of the pattern on the folded part of your material. The folded part is where you place this dotted side of the pattern. And then you can see your darts. They actually tell you how long your dart should be. 15 centimeters here. It's written there how long your darts should be. Then you come here, you see B. B stands for back. This is the back piece. BD stands for the back skirt. The back part of the skirt. So you see here HM. What is HM? We go to our symbols page. HM here stands for center back. That means this part of the skirt is the center. This part of the skirt is the part. Let me bring it up. This part of the skirt is the center part of the skirt. It is this part of the skirt that will join this part of the top part of the pattern. So you find out that you need to know all these things because you have to transfer it directly to your material. First, transfer it to your pattern after we finish tracing it, which we are going to do together. And then we transfer it to our material so that you will not go and join the back skirts to the back dress. It's possible you can make a mistake. So it is very, very important to know what everything stands for. And this here, shaded place here, simply means we're going to do a facing. You know that the style, look at the style once again. It's an overlap. So there must be a facing. There must be a facing done. One part of it overlaps the other part. So there must be a facing done on the skirts. So you see, and here, they have given you 3 centimeter length of darts for the skirts here. It's going to be 2 darts here. So everything now, and I'm just explaining so that by the time we are doing our tracing, I will still explain, but not with such depth. So once you are doing our tracing, you understand why I'm putting the alphabets here, and you understand what the alphabets stand for. Once again, I think I've covered everywhere. And then there's a zip here. When you see this kind of thing, here, look at it here, and it's also here. You see that there is a zip there. It's going to be a zip at the back. At the back, at the center of the back, it's not at the side. At the center of the back, there's going to be a zip. So, I am done with that. I have explained everything that has to do with the top, with the dress that we are going to be making. I've explained everything. So if you have any questions, you can ask me and I'll answer you as fast and as quick as I can. So that is it about the dress. In my next video, I'm going to talk about the suit, or will I say the blouse. I'm going to talk about the blouse that has to cover this dress. It's going to be a very beautiful dress. Thank you so much for listening. I don't want to make the video too long. Thank you so much for listening, and stay tuned to the next video where I will explain about the little blouse that comes with this dress. Remain blessed for today and have a wonderful time. Till next time on Goshen Heights. Welcome back. In our last video, I said we were going to join the back handle holder. As you can see, I've already done that for one part of the bag, the main back panel. I have joined my 1/2-inch foam to the foam lining and to the leather. As you can see, I've sewn it all round, which was what I said we were going to do in my last video. And I've done this little handle holder, and I've sewn it onto the main bag holder panel. As you can see, it's quite easy to do. I told you what to do in my last video, and if you follow the instructions, you're going to have your bag look like this at this stage. That is done. What we are going to do in this video, we are going to actually put the handle. So I've done it for one part of the bag, but I'm going to explain how I did this, how I came up with this, with the second part of this bag. At the end of this video, this is what we are going to do. How to make this bag handle and then attach it to the bag. When you get the pattern, this is the pattern. This is what the pattern will look like. As you can see, on one part of the pattern, I wrote that you will cut in a fold. That means when you're cutting these bag handles, you're going to fold your material this way and then place the pattern on it and then cut it. Now, you're free to cut exactly this size for your handle. At the end of the day, this is how long it's going to be. This is how long it's going to be. This is it. But as you can see, I made mine a little longer. So it depends on you. If you want your bag to be a little longer, just make it a little longer than the pattern. If you want it to be as short as the pattern, it's still okay. As long as your hand can enter it. You don't have a very fat hand. You can enter the bag when you're carrying it. So that is it. You can make it longer, or you can make it as short as the pattern. And if you notice on this, I wrote times 6. You're going to be cutting this on your folded material 6 times. That means you're going to have this length of handle, 6 of it. Because you need 3 for each handle. 3 here, 3 here. The next thing we are going to do, we are going to fold it like so, both sides, as you can see, and then fold it so. And we are going to iron. I go straight do the ironing quickly. You're going to do this for the 6 handles that you have cut. You do it for the 6 handles because you're going to need it. I've already used 3 to do one part of the bag. So this is just an illustration to show you how to do it. Don't need to show you it 6 times. Just once like this, you will get to know how to do it. Iron it quickly and be sure that you're doing it neatly, because the thing with all these kind of bags, if you don't do it neatly, after the finished product, it will show. It won't be as perfect as you want it to be. That is why we have to do all this ironing all the way and ensure that everything is done as neatly as possible. You could also pin it. If you don't want to iron, you could fold and pin and just sew. But for me, I always prefer to iron so that everything lies in place. So it's easier for me to sew. There's no shifting and all that. It's easier for me to sew. Good, I think I'm done with the ironing. I'm done with the ironing. Next thing is to sew. Sew as close to the edge as possible. As close to the edge as possible. And you show I'm sewing on the right side of the cloth, not on the wrong side. The right side of the cloth, and I'm sewing close to the edge as much as possible. Done with that. The next thing is we are going to put this. This is foam that I covered with bias. You can see the foam inside, covered with bias. So it will be easy to push it into this place so that it will look like this. I've already done this too, but this is exactly what I'm going to do. As you can notice, I want you to notice something. The foam that is covered with bias is about 6 centimeters shorter. If you fold it so, and fold the bias so, see? This to this is 6 centimeters. You see, 6 centimeters. See, it's 6 centimeters shorter. By the time we are through, you are going to know why we have this space here. It is so that it will make sewing it easier. As you can see, this is not an industrial machine. This is a normal home machine that you can use. But if you have an industrial machine, you're free to make your foam up to here because the industrial machine can take it. But for a home machine, if you have a home machine, it's better you leave this place short. You make your foam shorter. The next thing, you need a safety pin. You need a safety pin. Just put it so. sure most of us should know how to do this. This is not so fantastic or difficult. We just want to put this inside here. Put it inside here. This is the most time-consuming part of this. This takes quite some time. It can take 5 to 10 minutes for you to do this. Just exercise patience and do it. Once it passes this first stage, I think it's a little bit easier. You know that sewing needs a lot of patience. If you don't have patience, you cannot sew. You have to be patient and do it. See? So after that, it's a little bit easier to do. Just be doing it little by little so that your safety pin will not come off. Little by little. You could also use a rope. They sell some of these ropes. If you go to some of these shops that sell things for making blinds, you can use a rope. It's still good, but not a very thick rope. Something around this that is equivalent to a 1/4 of an inch foam. Shouldn't be so thick. So it will take 5 to 10 minutes to do this. Just want to do it so that you see. Looks a little bit time consuming, but we are almost done. We are almost done. It has gone in. Here we are going to be very careful now. Remember, this should be 6 centimeters. So as you put in, you shift it. As you can see, from here now, it should be around that 6 centimeters. Then we have to stop and then push and see. And make sure we get the other part end also a little bit away. You see, it's a little bit away. So we are on the right track now. We can now stop pushing to the end of this side. Can stop pushing and just push here out to remove our pin. We are done. Keep the pin. And then just, you see. So we have that. That is ready. We take the other two, do the same thing. And I have 3 pieces of this. I have 3 pieces left. The next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to sew the 3 pieces here together. I'm going to sew it together. I'll just sew it where the foam ends. Back and forth. And sew it at the edge also together. Back and forth. This is it. I've sewn it together. Then we are going to plait it just like you braid your hair. Just place it on the machine to hold it down. And then take the three and do like you would do when you're braiding your daughter's hair, or as these people would do when you're braiding your hair, you know. So, very easy. The machine is holding it down. Do that as tight as possible. When you reach the end where the foam stops, you now bring the three parts together. You bring it together and also sew it down as you did it here. Sew it down where the foam ends. Sew it down here. Sew it down at the edge also. Look at this one, I have to sew it again. One jumped out. We are done with that. Now we fix it to the handle. And this is how we do that. Here to here. In it. And here. To here. And pin it down. So we're going to run our stitch here, back and forth, run our stitch here, back and forth. And our bag handle for the two sides of the bag will be ready. So that we can go on to the next thing for our wonderful all-purpose Ankara bag. Ensure that everything is in place. And then we sew. This can be a little dicey. Just be careful so that your needle will not cut. Here. So that will be all for this part of the video. We have put our handle, and in my next video we are going to be working on the first and second panel of the bag. We are going to be doing this. Let me show you from the other pattern. We are going to be doing this and this in my next video. So stay tuned and see how we are going to come up with these flaps. First and second main panel of the bag flaps. Thank you for watching as you make your beautiful bag. So welcome to another video on our all-purpose Ankara leather bag. In the last video, we finished our handle on both sides of the bag. We did our handle. I'm sure if you're following me, you must have done your handle now. It was quite easy. You were able to do this and attach it to the handle holder. In this video, we are going to be doing this. This is the main panel first and second, would I call it attachments or so? First and second attachments for the main panel of the bag. I've done it on one side of the bag. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to do this. As you can see, our bag is already taking shape. So I'm going to show you how to do this in this video. We're doing it on the second part of the bag. When you look at the pattern, you will see this particular one. And I call it the contrast material. And this contrast pattern, you're going to cut two pieces of your contrast material. That is your Ankara material. Two pieces because you're using it for both this and this part of the bag. There are two sets. So you're cutting two of your contrast material. You're cutting two of your lining. This lining. You're cutting two of your leather. And you're cutting two of your 1/4 inch foam. I repeat, two contrast material, two leather, two 1/4 inch foam, two foam lining. What we are going to do now, first I remove the pattern. I am going to put the Ankara on top, as you can see, on top of the leather, with the bad side facing me, the bad side of my Ankara facing me. And I'm going to top stitch. See the way it is, the Ankara with the bad side facing me, the leather, the foam, and then the foam lining. So we are going to do a top stitch. We're going to sew here, here, and here. It's always good first to pin it down before you sew so that it won't shift. There's a lot of work in this bag compared to the other bags I've been doing, but the end result actually is very, very beautiful. So it's good you take your time. You must not finish it in 2 days or 3 days. Take your time and take it step by step, so that when you finish, you'll be happy with the end results. Okay, I've finished pinning it now, so let me do a top stitch around it. So close to the edge as possible, as much as possible. Done with that. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to cut all these edges, just a little cut next to where my top stitch is. Do some cuts. That is so that when I turn it over, it will be easy. And also trim down my seam to make it as tiny as possible. Trim it down to make it as tiny as possible, so that when you turn over the material, to give you a smooth and not too bulky appearance. Okay. We'll now turn over. You are going to iron it down so that this place will come out very beautiful. I'll iron it down. Remember that you have leather under, so the iron should not be too hot. Just enough to give you a nice looking finishing there. As you can see, I'm done with that. And that is going to come here, like so. I'm done with that. The next one is to put the first smaller piece. As you can see, this pattern has it has a pocket. But I decided not to put the pocket. I did it in the last bag, but this one we just leave it plain like that. I didn't put the pocket here. Give it another style. I just left it like that. No pockets here, as you can see. For this one, you don't need a foam. You just need to cut 2 pieces of the main leather and then 2 pieces of the lining. Finish. No foam. I repeat, no foam, just leather and lining for this particular first cover of this. But what you should do, remember the lining you're going to use. You have to make it about, when you're cutting it, you make it about ½ an inch longer than the main leather. ½ an inch longer than the main leather. That is so that we'll be able to come up with this bias lining on top of it. This is part of the lining that we have used to have this kind of effect. What I'm going to do now, I will just sew here, here, here. Finish and turn it over. Remember to pin it though, so that it will shift. We'll do the same thing. Cut at the edges so that you're able to get a good curve. And also cut the seams to make it as tiny as possible away from the top stitch. Turn it over. this is what you are going to do. After you turn it over, that extra half an inch or quarter of an inch space, just shift the material a little bit up, so to get that quarter of an inch. So you pin it. Pin it like so, away from this on the leather. I hope you're following me. What we are going to do, we are going to iron it down. Now remember, this is leather. Before you iron, I place a material on top of it to iron it. Because it's leather, if you iron it direct, all your work is gone. The leather will come to the iron. So you have to be very careful. Place a cloth on it and then iron it. And the iron should not be too hot. Should not be too hot. Just a little bit to put it in place before we sew it. That is it. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to run a stitch directly under here. Run a stitch under, not on this, but directly under where I did the pins. Just run a stitch down up to this place. So that this bias-like pattern will be kept in place. Don't shift. I'm trying to use maybe 3 millimeters or 4 millimeters as you run that stitch there. This is what it will look like. You can see. And this we are going to place here. So our bag is ready. What I'm going to do now, we are going to ensure that it's equal. So that place this here to ensure that it's equal. As you can see, it's not equal, so it's not equal here. So what you should do, adjust it to such a way that it is equal. Adjust this in such a way. Adjust this in such a way that it is equal. You can shift it a little bit here. So it looks equal. Shift this a little bit. Okay. Shift this a little bit. So once it is equal, we now pin down the 3. Pin it down. Pin down all the way around. And then cut off the excess. Make sure that you get everything when you're pinning it. Get everything together. And pin it down. Good. I've done the pinning. Turn this so to ensure that everything is the same and equal. Check it to ensure that it is equal. So what we'll do now, we'll trim off all this. We'll trim it off. So from the look of it, everything is equal. Everything looks equal. This should come up a little bit. See what I said? You have to make sure. See, this is not so equal. It has to come up a little bit. When everything is okay, as it is so, you now remove it, this one. Turn this so, and then we're going to trim off all this. And then we sew all round to attach this to this, just like we did so. So thank you so much for listening. Whatever is remaining to do is simple for you to do. Just trim it off and then sew it all round to get this piece. So that in our next video, we are going to start doing the side panels, joining the backs together. Thank you for listening and have a wonderful day. Hello and welcome back. In our last video, we have done this. We're through with this. That's what we did in our last video. So the two sides of the bag is ready. Aren't you excited? The two sides of our bag is ready. Everything is ready. Now, what we are going to do next is to do the side panels. Prepare the side panels for the bag. What I mean by side panels is this particular place for the bag. So that's what we're going to do now in this video. I've already done it for one part of the bag. This is what it looks like. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do this in this video. So let's get to work. As you can see, I wore gloves because I'm going to use a super glue. For this stage, you need a super glue. You can get it in the supermarket. You know, it's everywhere. You can get it in the market. Just say you're looking for a super glue, that the ones they normally use to gum shoe. So you can get it anywhere. And then in the pattern that you've downloaded, this is the pattern for it. You see it there. The pattern for the side pockets. First and foremost, we are going to gum about 1/4 of an inch fold of the panel, like so. We are going to put a gum on it, and we are going to gum it down. So that's the first stage. Let's quickly do that. That's my gum. I've applied my gum. I always like wearing gloves when I'm using this because it can be a little bit messy. As you can see, I've applied my gum. So I'm going to do the folding. I'm going to do the folding. As I said, 1/4 of an inch fold. A 1/4 of an inch fold. Okay. At times it's always better to allow a little air onto the gum before you do it, so that it will gum very well. Or you can blow it as I just did, so that it will gum very well. To gum very, very well. I think I have what I want. See why I was using my gloves? If you use your normal hands, it can get a little bit messy. But if you don't have gloves, then you have to use your hand. And then wash your hand later before you continue, so that you won't transfer the gum to other parts of the bag. That is it. That is it. So what we are going to do, we are going to do a stitch close to the edge as possible, which is the next stage. We are through with that. As you can see, I've run it stitched close to the edge as possible. Now, as you can see all the marks I placed on the pattern, we're going to transfer these marks on top of the leather so that we are going to cut according to the line we gave. Now, if you don't want to do that, all you have to do is to measure from the edge. Use a ruler. Use a ruler, measure from the edge 3 inches or 3 centimeters. And just put a dot 3 centimeters and then another 3 centimeters, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another 3 centimeters. And then give a space of 2 centimeters from the last dot. What I'll do, I'll just place the ruler, shift this away, place the ruler well from that dot. Place it well from that dot. Then we'll start marking 2 centimeters away. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 centimeters. Yeah. Then go to the next dot and do the same thing. Two centimeters away. What we're going to do, we're going to cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here, cut here. That's what we're going to do next. So we'll see you in my next video. Welcome back. We continue with our video. I've done all the markings. Now I'm going to do the cutting. I'm going to do the cutting. Please cut within the marks that you have made. Within the marks you have made. You could use a sharp blade, or you could use the scissors, because at times using a scissors can be quite dicey. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So I'll quickly do that. Quickly do that. And through with that, I've done all my openings. The next thing, you'll see a pattern like this. Bias for side pockets. Times 4. We're going to make 4 pieces of it. That is the bias, this bias, that's what we're going to do now. This particular bias that we're going to put in between the holes we've made. So it's quite easy. After you've cut your bias, all you have to do is just sew round and push it out. We're going to do a stitch. Remember, it's front to front. Do a stitch round and keep this side, one side open to push it out. I can now remove this. I don't need it anymore for now. Ensure it's front to front. Most times it's difficult to identify the front, but I have identified my own. Let's do this. Good. Then sew close to the edge as possible. As close to the edge as possible. Always check to ensure that the 2 cloths are well aligned. What we are going to do now, we are going to push it out from the bottom. But before we do that, cut the excess seam allowance so it will be as tiny as possible. You don't have problem pushing it out. So what we're going to do, we're going to push it out so that the seam is in the back. You could use a stick or whatever you want to use just to push it out. I'm using a big safety pin to push it out. I said initially, you know that sewing requires a lot of patience. If you don't have patience, you can't sew. You need a lot of patience and dedication. And you need to have a deep sense of fulfillment to be able to sew. Okay, I think it is out now. I remove my safety pin and just pull it out. Okay, there, that's what I want. Cutting that. Wring it out as much as possible, and then we are going to iron. And we are good to go. See, in sewing, iron should not be far away from you. Going to iron it down. Get our seams. We're done with that. So the next thing is just to fix it in between the holes we've made here. Fix it so. Like so. So we're done with that. Let's get to the main side panel. This is my side panel. You see the pattern that is written side panel. So what you need for your side panel is the leather itself, the 1/2 inch foam, and the lining for the foam. As you can see, my 1/2 inch foam, I cut it such that it's 1/4 inch shorter. 1/4 inch shorter on both sides. That is so that when I'm going to join it to the main panel, it will not be too thick for the machine. So I try to make this, the foam, 1/4 inch shorter all round. So that's what I did. What I'm going to do now, we are going to sew round here to attach the lining to the leather. I try to make my instructions as very simple and easy as possible so that anybody that has a little desire to sew, you can just follow. So also put your own ideas if you want. You make yourself unique things. People will start asking me, where did you make this? You know? We're through with that. So what we're going to do now, we are going to put this here, but we have to adjust it and gather it so that it will be here. So I'll quickly do that, and then we'll come to the next video. So welcome back. Our side panels, as you can see, is ready. My last video, we did this, and I showed you how to do this. All you have to do is pin one side of it, and then adjust this, adjust and adjust, so that you now pin this side completely, which is what I have done. Very easy to do, it's not so complicated. So what I'm going to do now is to just sew this, attach this to this, just run a stitch around it, and both of our side pockets or side panels, whatever name you want to call it, our side pockets for our bag is ready. So I'm going to run a stitch around where I have pinned down. Run the stitch as close to the edge as possible. As close to the edge as possible, so that when we are joining the bags and everything together, the seam will not show. We are through with that. Good. And then we'll cut off this extra coming in. Cut that off. cut off all the threads. Our two-side bags are ready. They are ready. See how cute they look? They are ready. We put that aside. The next thing is the bottom of the bag. This is the bottom of the bag. You'll get it on your pattern. This is the bottom of the bag. And let me see. Oh well, I don't have the pattern here, but when you get the pattern of the bag, it's folded so. And I'll give you an instruction that you should cut it on a fold. Because I try to make sure that everything comes out on an A4. So when you're cutting the bottom of the bag, it's on a fold. So you fold it so, fold your leather so, place your pattern, and cut it. That's all. So you have this length of your pattern for the bottom of the bag. As you can see, it's the same thing that happened with every other one. You have your leather, you have your 1/4 of an inch foam, you have the lining for the leather. Just put all together, pin it so. And as I said, remember the foam should be 1/4 of an inch less than the size, less. So that when we're joining everything together, your needles will not break. It won't be too thick for your machine. As you can see, the foam is not the same size with this. It's 1/4 of an inch less. That is why when you get the patterns, you watch the video very well so that you follow it. It's 1/4 of an inch less. Most of these things, I didn't write it. I just sent patterns. But if you watch this video, you will get what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and do the sewing. Sew around all this, and our bottom piece will be ready. Very soon all the pieces will be ready, and all we have to do is to join everything together to make our beautiful all-purpose Ankara leather bag. Handmade all-purpose Ankara leather bag. When you carry your bag, everybody will be asking you, oh, how did you buy this? And you tell them, you have a sense of fulfillment when you tell them that you did it all by yourself. So close to the edge as possible. Done that, our bottom piece is ready. Cut off anything Access. The last piece is this zip panel. This piece is what we are going to do now. Call it the zip panel. This is the pattern for the zip panel. So get your patterns ready so that in our next video, we are going to do the zip panel. I'll just explain it, then in the next video we do it. As you can see on the pattern, I wrote that the zip panel should be cut in 4. And I did mine a little bit, 1 inch longer than the panel. You can do that, depends on how long you want your this thing to be, but 1 inch long or half an inch longer than the main pattern. And cut 4 of it. 4 of your Ankara material, 4 pieces of it. This is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Now you put 2 first aside, then the other 2, you cut your foam the same 1/4 of an inch shorter than this length. So you have a 1/4 of an inch here without the foam, a 1/4 of an inch here without the foam. As you can see, without the foam. So the foam should be a 1/4 of an inch all round shorter than the zip panel itself. And then you cut the lining for the foam the same size as the zip panel. And then you join the 2 together. See, I've joined the Ankara, the foam, and the lining together. And pin it down here. Pin it all round, as you can see. I pinned it all round, all round. And do for this another piece, the same thing. Pin it all round. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sew where I have my pins, sew down here and sew down here. And do the same for here. So in our next video, we'll now do the zip panel, the same. I hope you understand how we are going to prepare these two. Prepare these 2 down, prepare these 2 down. So that in the next video, we'll do our zip panel. Thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day. Welcome back. In my last video, I said we were going to do the zip panel. This area of the bag. This is what we are going to do now. We are going to do this zip panel, and we're also going to do this to put it when we are joining the side panel. First, as I said in the last video, this is one part of the zip panel. I've already joined my Ankara material to the foam and to the lining. I've also done that for this. Now what we are going to do, we are going to take it like so, and we are going to sew down here. But we're going to make it such a way that we're going to sew about a 1/4 of an inch. A 1/4 of an inch seam. And we are going to make a tight seam from here to about 1 inch or 1.5 inches. A tight seam of about 2 millimeters. Then from there, we are going to make a loose seam of about 4 or 5 millimeters. From there to up to another 1 or 1.5 seam of 2 millimeters. I repeat, 2 millimeters here, 2 millimeters here, and then here 5 millimeters. As we go along, you see why it is so. Just follow me and do exactly as I am doing. Before you know it, your bag will be ready. So adjust your machine to about 2 millimeters or so, something tight. Then we're going to sew about 1 inch to 1.5 inches. And then we'll adjust it once again to 5. And then we'll sew down. So I have about 1 inch or 1.5 inch left, and now adjust it again back to 2 millimeters. Good. What we are going to do now, I'm going to iron this open, the seam. We'll iron the seam down. Iron it down very well. Let's quickly iron the seams down. Oh, aren't you excited that you're doing your own very bag that people will see and admire and ask you, where did you do this? How did you get this? I always feel so excited when people ask me, where did you get this? And the looks on their faces when I tell them I did this all by myself. All by myself. That is ready. Now what I am going to do now, I'm going to mark. We'll come back later in our next video, then we'll continue from there. Welcome back. In my last video, I had to pause to be able to put on my gloves because we're going to need to use our gum once again. So I didn't want to waste time. I had to quickly do that. So we've done this. We are preparing our zip panel. We've joined the two panels together, as you can see. We made a stitch very strong here. About 2 millimeter stitch for about 1 inch here and 1 inch here. Then in the center we did a 5 millimeter stitch. We've ironed down the seam. What we are going to do now, we've ironed down the seam. What we are going to do now, we've ironed down the seam. What we are going